Hi folks, Astronomy Live here with a very special episode. Tonight I'm webcasting from the fall Chiefland star party under dark skies. Quite excellent for the view. If you're just joining us, the mysterious object that you see being recorded by the camera right now is actually the result of a Banatov mask. So if you don't know what that is, it's basically a grating that is put over the front of the telescope to assist in focusing it. It's currently out of focus, so I'm going to go try to adjust the focus, and I'll have to keep running back and forth between the telescope and the laptop to focus it. Because I'm at the fall Chiefland star party, there are very tight rules on lighting. I have to use red filtered lights for everything. The laptop is not currently red filtered, but it is stored in a bin which protects it and keeps the light from getting out to the field. So basically I'm under a photographer's hood when I'm here, and so I have to keep going back and forth to adjust the telescope and then check the laptop. Much better. Still got a ways to go here, but we're getting there. Looks a bit like a barbecue grill in space, doesn't it? I actually just picked this up at the star party. This Banatov mask. First time I'm trying it out here with the telescope, but it hopefully should assist in accurately focusing the camera. Well, that's looking much better. So it should be symmetrical when it's in focus. See, it's getting more symmetrical with that middle line running between sort of the X shape. It should be pretty close to focus right there. So, just for fun, this is my very first time using a Banatov mask, by the way, but it is a nice tool. I want to see what it looks like when I do like a, say, a 5-second exposure. Just see what that looks like. I'm just curious. It's actually quite beautiful, I think. And it's pretty close, but maybe I'll just give it maybe a little nudge. Just give the focus just a little nudge. Let's see if that makes things better or worse. Makes it worse. Okay. Okay, so I just nudged it back the other way. Hopefully that should. We want to make it nice and symmetrical. It's better. Could use a little more. That's pretty good. Maybe just a touch more. It's perfect. I think that's pretty perfect right there. So joining late, I'm just focusing the telescope using a Banatov mask. It's a grating that goes over the front of the telescope, and that's why the star looks so strange. A Banatov mask is to provide those nice long diffraction spikes, and you just get them nice and symmetrical. And when they're symmetrical, that tells you that the telescope is in focus. We'll take off the Banatov mask and we'll do some imaging. Not sure what that's all about. Camera did something funny there. Weird. Looks fine now. So let me take off the Banatov mask. People keep asking what this is. It's actually the star Altair with a Banatov mask on. All right. The Banatov mask is off. I slewed the telescope to the Dumbbell Nebula. Let's take a brief exposure and see how it's lined up. Unfortunately, it seems like my USB to serial port bit the dust on me right before I came here, so I can't control the telescope from the laptop, so I have to keep running back and forth to move it or anything. Okay, it's pretty good. Okay, what I don't know is if I just moved it the right way or the wrong way. We'll see. That's the right way. It's pretty centered. The Dumbbell Nebula is this fuzzy looking cloud right here. Better here in a minute. Let's take a 1 second auto guider. Oops. Huh? Where did my auto guider window go? Ah. Okay, first of all, you go into light mode with auto dark. Yes. Try it again. These are not stars, these are hot pixels. That's better. Now we got some stars to work with. This one looks really nice. I'm going to position. I forgot. I got to plug in the camera into the telescope. The camera can control the telescope actually, but the laptop can't. All right, let's try that again. Now we can move the telescope very slowly. Actually, I need to move it north or south. I can't remember. Oh, was that a double? Or was that just a double exposure? Double star. Well, the pooey. I can't use a double star to guide on. The software's not smart enough to know what to do with that. That's frustrating. hunt for a suitable guide star. The struggle is real. I gotta take the deck backlash out before I try to calibrate the auto guider. Okay, let's try 2-second guiding exposures. These stars here are probably bright enough to do it. We have a fair bit of cloud cover tonight. It's not the best night for astronomy. Hopefully the weather tomorrow night will be better, but we'll deal with it. Alright, now I'm going to tell it to calibrate. Calibrate. Oh, geez, it's been so long since I've done this with this camera. I don't know. 7 seconds? This is probably enough. Well, we'll do 7. Let's just see. Oh, wait. Wait. Like I said, it's been a while. Subframe. Well, let's take a subframe. Really? Okay, that didn't work like I thought it would. Try that. No, not 10 seconds. Just give me 2 seconds. It's kind of weird. Right way or wrong way? Right way. The objective here is to make sure the calibration guide star is the only star in the subframe. You can take, with this camera, you can take the whole image, or you can just take bits of the CCD and use it. Is that the guide star is not allowed to go outside this box, but the calibration has to be long enough that you override any backlash. The gears have slack in them, and so when you reverse direction, it takes a few seconds for the gear slack to get taken out and for it to catch up. And that's what happens. No. Okay. I was afraid of that. Too long. Or 7 seconds. I did it for 7 seconds. Either that or a cloud just came over and ruined me. I don't know. Yeah, it's a cloud. Which is why all the stars vanished. Just a momentary setback, though. Looks like there shouldn't be that much there. The gang's all here. Okay, so right. Wrong way. And another cloud is coming. Oh, this is gonna be a fun night. I can tell already. So another way to do this without having to frustrate the heck out of yourself is to get a star that's bright enough to shine through thin clouds like we're and at the same time, brighter than all of its buddies. I just, if that weren't not a double star, we'd be set. Those two bright ones up there would be perfect, but there's too many of them. Getting intermittent clouds again? That's nuts. All right. Now, let's just use, oops. Nope. Let's just use this section of the image right here. Oops. Perfect. Okay, let's take this down to 1 second. Let's do the auto dark thingy. Make sure we take out the backlash. See, it's not responding when I hit north because of the slack in the gears. So I have to just keep bumping it until it's on. Once I see the star start moving, now we're in business. And now I click on the star. I say calibrate. Let's do this for 5 seconds. Hopefully that doesn't drive it out of the view. It's a bit tricky sometimes. Hopefully it works. The other issue is now there's 2 stars in the view. That may confuse it sometimes. Beautiful. Undescribed error. We'll try harder and describe it. Okay. It may have fouled up because it didn't move enough time to move south due to backlash. So we'll get it further down in the south here and get the ideal, not you, something else coming in. See, that's no good. The ideal situation is to get it in the bottom right corner process because it moves it left, then it moves it back to the start, then it moves it up, and then it moves it back. Start again. And so if you have it in the bottom right corner, you've got the most space to work with. So now I can calibrate, let's say for 7 seconds. Hopefully that's enough. Let's try it. Moves it up. And hopefully it moves it down. We could probably even go for 9 seconds if we had to with the space we've got available right now. Successful. Cool. Now, calibration results are going to be wonky because, as you saw, it did not move symmetrically in the vertical axis because of that backlash. So all we have to do is copy the value from the positive direction and put it in the negative. And then we have to make it symmetrical because it's not. So this should be about 87? Nope, 93. I will enter a number. 93. Okay. There we go. Now it's all nice and calibrated. However, in the process of moving all those guide stars around, we may well have uncentered the Dumbbell Nebula here a bit, so let's find out. Dramatically. Okay. Let's use the imager as if it were the autoguider because we're going to control it here. Oops, wrong way. Let's go further. Of course, we're going to put ourselves right back in the same situation again where we're left with no good guide stars. I would say we have no good guide stars. We have just none that stick out as the holy grail of guide stars. So yeah, because I don't have a working serial port, USB to serial port right now, we have to move the telescope. This is the only speed I can move it at, and that's because it's moving it through the camera using guiding pulses, which is a very slow process. It ought to be, whatever. Let's just say one. Autoguider. That ought to be good enough, I think. Oh, right. You're gonna say, okay. Let's not use subframe first of all. Well, if I move things just a little bit the wrong way, here he looks pretty juicy as a guide star. We'll use him. First of all, let's turn off subframe on that. Okay, that's a good guide star right there. Nice and bright. I want to make sure it's not too close to the edge of the view, but there we go. We'll start auto guiding. Then we go back into the main imager here. Okay. Let's say, oh, you know, I forgot. This is a computer for me. It's cheap computer, but I've not used it with this before, so I need to. Okay, that's great. How about advanced? Here we go. Yeah. We need backlash compensation in the vertical axis. We will say 3 seconds. But I normally have it set to. This is going to take a little bit of fidgeting to get it to work. Okay. Right now, it doesn't know that it's having to deal with backlash, which is why it's not centering it up vertically yet. For it to notice the guide star here. So it doesn't know that it's dealing with backlash right now, so it's just administering. Finally overcomes that backlash. Which, see, now it's trying to push it back the other way, and then push back the other way, and then push back the other way. It's dancing all around the center now, so we're good. Just for fun, we'll do a 1-minute exposure to binning. I know it's no color and it's 2x2 binning, but I just want to see how everything looks. So yeah, we'll have pictures here soon of the Dumbbell Nebula. Okay. I'm not using here, just checking tabs, checking for questions, etc. Ah, it is arrived. Beautiful. It's not perfectly centered, but we're making some concessions here for the guide star. So then the auto dark comes in. Oh, that's just gorgeous. Now, oops, oops, oops. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Stop, stop, stop. I forgot, if you stop taking pictures while the auto guider is running, it doesn't like that. It will just start chasing its own tail because the shutter is actually closed on the camera when you do that. Use that. Oops. Okay. Auto guide on it. That's what I want you to do. Okay. Now, let's say no. Ah, come on. Stop it. There. Where's my? I have not put it in place. I thought I put it in place. I thought I made a directory for this already. We'll make one. T 2000 and 16 Chiefland. Save. We'll call this M27, the Messier object of the Dumbbell Nebula. We'll start auto-saving images, and I'll call this 300 second minus 5 degree. Normally I would not be doing auto darks. Auto darks are not what you want to do when you want to take high quality pictures. You want to subtract dark frames post, but I don't have a dark frame library on this computer, and the weather's not great tonight anyway, so this is going to be a little more casual here. I'm just going to take some Dumbbell Nebula. I also don't know for sure if I've got the auto guider tuned in properly because I'm just now setting it up on this PC, and it may not be compensating for backlash properly. If you don't compensate enough, it'll trail because, well, it won't take out the slack when it's trying to drive it in the vertical direction. And if you give it too much, it'll overshoot. It's kind of annoying. Sometimes it helps to reduce the aggressiveness as well if it's overshooting. We'll see. All right. Oops, the other side. Wire. Okay. Downloading the first 5-minute picture. Save is on. And now it's going to take a dark frame. Yeah, the stars are reasonable. They're a little oblong, but not bad. Main cool thing is now we have color. Ooh, pretty. Now the colorful pixels you see around here. Oops, I thought I changed that. Here. These red, green, and blue pixels are hot pixels. They're defective pixels. Every CCD has defective hot pixels that are stuck in the on position, basically. And so it's taking a dark frame right now with the shutter closed from the image and get rid of the hot pixels and other noise. But this is the Dumbbell Nebula. This is a planetary nebula from a star somewhat similar to ours, which has reached an end of its life and cast off its outer shells of gas, forming this apple-shaped nebula in space. I'd like to be able to position it down here in terms of the window, but I want my auto guider window to come with me. Nope. Nope. Doesn't want to move. Okay, fine. We'll do this the other way. Trying to control things here with the touchpad is, but I don't have enough space in here. So the way this works, this entire laptop is sitting inside a large plastic bin. I've got a towel in front of it, which I'm ducking under to access and use the laptop. And that keeps the laptop's light off the field. Very strict rules here at Chiefland on lighting. If you use white lighting on the field at night, you will be banned for life. So you've got to shield the laptop screen from blasting the field with light. And so space is tight in here. I don't have room for a mouse or anything like that. There we go. Now I can see what the auto guider is doing. Hopefully when the 5-minute auto dark pictures finish, the auto guide star will still be somewhere in that little tiny window. Yeah, it's very much like an old-time camera setup. I basically got a photography hood over my head, and somewhere beyond that is the telescope with the camera. I have to keep the phone in here too. So this is actually being webcast through my phone connection, so if the stream quality degrades, if the audio quality degrades, I apologize, but there's only so much you can do with a cell phone internet connection. Certain limitations to that, I suppose. And if anyone is wondering, the telescope is an 8-inch Meade LX200 Classic, and the camera is an SBIG ST2000 XCM, SBIG ST2000 single-shot colored camera with self-guiding through his second CCD. I haven't shot the Dumbbell Nebula from Chiefland here in Chiefland since at least 10 years, I'd say. Might have been 2005, 2006, somewhere in that time frame. It's an object I would normally photograph from brighter skies because, I mean, Chiefland's really special. I don't get to come down here that often, and these dark skies allow you to access really dim objects, barely accessed from suburban skies. So there we go. Hot pixels are gone, and we are left with a beautiful picture of the Dumbbell Nebula. I'm going to collect a few more pictures here to stack later. Here, and I am going to go grab some food. Actually, I haven't had dinner yet myself, so I'll leave you with the sounds of the crickets and enjoy the view. Also, if you happen to see any UFOs fly through, let me know. I have returned with my food. You guys are probably getting tired of looking at the Dumbbell Nebula. Let me just finish eating here and to the next object for the night. Fun fact, it can be really difficult to find your way back to your own campsite after walking across the observing field in the dark, even with a red Keeps your hands free so you can see where you're going. And it's red filtered so you can use it without blinding people. The red filter allows you to keep your night vision. This trackpad, touchpad thing is terrible. Keeps resizing the window on me. I don't want it. Go back to default. Whoa. Whoa, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop doing whatever you're doing. Kill the webcast. I don't think I did. This touchpad is absolutely terrible. I have to say about that. It's a miracle I didn't accidentally click to something. The telescope camera, I mean. So one cool thing I want to do later, if I can get it plugged in properly, is I'd like to do external video for you guys with my sensitive Samsung camera on a regular lens, so that you guys can see the entire observing field. Nope, that is not what I clicked. I swear I did not. I don't know why this thing thinks I'm clicking things I'm not clicking. Might be the humidity getting to it. I don't know. Sacrificial pawn shop laptop right here, so I really don't care, other than the fact that it would interrupt my awesome observing here. Much clearer, better night than I anticipated. Clear Sky Clock was showing like 50% chance of clouds, or at least 50% cloud coverage. Seeing that, it looks pretty clear out there. All right, I will be right back after I eat my dinner here. Everything's looking here pretty good. So, I know you guys are probably tired of looking at the dumbbell nebula, but I do have to eek. I do have to go red filter some more stuff first. Some additional power supplies that I'll be using on an external camera to show you guys the whole observing field. So, another Star Party pro tip: always bring material, whether it's red duct tape, red saran wrap, red anything to cover lights and make them red. I've got LEDs on various equipment out there. Not all of them are red LEDs, unfortunately. And side note to Santa Barbara Instruments Group SBIG guys, green LEDs on power source units for astronomical cameras. Why? So that I don't have to put duct tape on my power source for an expensive camera. Just a thought. Anyway, I've got to go put some more red duct tape on some other power supplies, another camera, and show you guys the whole part of it, at least. Hopefully. We'll see. Never done this before. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to put another camera on a tripod and just point it at some of the other telescopes around. It's a sensitive camera. What are you doing? What are you doing? This mouse is acting up. Okay. Stop, please. It's not what I did. I think it's the humidity. Okay. And share. Yay. Okay. Nope, stop. It's acting really weird. But okay, at least it's working. Alright. I will be right back after I set the other camera up. Keep up the telescope. Everything okay here? Everything's okay. Rattling around on the table and almost pointing my flashlight inside the telescope, and it's a bit of a mess, but I'm almost done with the camera now. So in just a moment, we'll have an exterior view of the star party. Hopefully Windows just doesn't have any trouble installing this device. Looks to be okay. This. Now, just like before, I'm going to have to do some trial and error on focusing the camera and getting it positioned and everything. Okay. Let's see if I can make it work. Okay. may run into a problem because I didn't have... What? What are you doing? It's acting like I'm plugging something in or unplugging something. What? How often do I turn my scope to the moon? Not too often, really, because I don't know. I mean, I've seen the moon a lot with my scope. Like I over the scope. It's nice to look at sometimes, but I really enjoy doing deep space like this. Okay, let's see. I have got to find AMCAP. This laptop. Oh, yeah. No, what are you doing? Don't. What are you? That is not what I'm doing. This touchpad's losing its mind. No, no, I didn't. I didn't ask for that. Okay, I've got to find a way to get my external mouse working here. I have no room to do it, but I've got to find a way to make it work. Because this is pathetic. Let me try to rearrange things back here and make room somehow for a mouse. Okay, because this is just not going to work. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. All right, I have my mouse. Now, let's see if I can maneuver it in here with very little space. Oh, you're installing. Okay, great. It's installing my new mouse. No, stop it. I don't know how it's doing that. Why? Whoa, 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 whoa. No. Okay, this is losing its mind. Great. Okay, so it's installing the mouse. Could take several minutes. It's not the fastest computer at all. I wonder if I can just get away with not using a mouse pad on this thing. Yeah, I can. Yay, okay. Now I have actual control over the computer. It's amazing. Okay. I need to download AMCAP. Okay, let's see. Still don't see fear I may be in trouble because I plugged in my Dazzle dongle with the webcast, and so Google Hangouts may or may not be refreshing the device list. I don't know. Okay, I don't know how big that download is. I just want AMCAP. I don't want an entire package. I just want AMCAP. But I have a good link for AMCAP, which doesn't require me to download some shady downloader tool. And the Andromeda Galaxy, very impressive. However, it won't even fit in the field of view of this particular telescope. If I put the camera on the wide field telescope, it'll fit in view. But my wide field telescope's not great for astrophotography. It's just an achromat, which means there's severe chromatic aberration with this camera. Refractor. One day I'll have a nicer refractor, but for now. There we go. AMCAP. Just a little lightweight program for controlling webcams and the like. So as soon as it's, I can at least test to see if the camera is working. If it is, turn camera off, turn camera on. Things to get it to recognize the new device. Oh, okay, AMCAP is still stopped it. Still finishing its download. Oh, that's weird. Okay. World's slowest computer. Come on, you can do it. Man, come on. Install. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. All right. Okay, hopefully this doesn't interrupt the webcast because I'm installing AMCAP. I'm gonna close programs here or something. I sincerely hope it does not. Okay. All right, finally. Okay. So it doesn't see. Okay, AMCAP doesn't see. So it may not. We may not be in too much trouble in that case. Actually, just have to get it to recognize the dazzle somehow. Which maybe I don't have the driver for it. It's just a simple driver download. I'm sorry this is taking so long. Once it's set up, though, I think it'll be cool. Make sure you're plugged in all the way. Oops. Where installer first? Okay. Oh, great. I don't know. I guess I have the DVC 100. I think I do. All right, let's see if this works. Strange thing is that I recognize the audio from the DVC 100, but it doesn't recognize the video. The video device there, but it is a video device. Windows must have installed it as an audio-only device somehow. That's a neat trick. Okay, so in just a minute or two, it should finish downloading the driver. What is this? Here we go. Got the driver. Great. Yes. Okay, it's installing the driver now for the Dazzle dongle, which captures video, which will also let us look at all the beautiful constellations and all that stuff, at least in theory. Orange 3 linear orange stars on the far right, inch below top corner. You guys can see my mouse, unfortunately, otherwise I would mouse it out and ask you. 3 linear orange stars. 100% sure that the focus is actually all that good. It's possible the tube is contracted from cooling off. In fact, I'm pretty sure the focus is out at this point. I'm going to stop auto-guiding, stop taking pictures. I'm just wasting time here. Yeah, the focus has gone out. It cools, the metal contracts and changes the focus point. So I'm going to have to refocus. Fortunately, with a Banatov mask, that shouldn't be too difficult. Give me a second, I'll throw that back on there. Okay. Oops, I forgot. Touchpad mouse is terrible. Okay. Let's turn off auto saving. We're not going to need to save these images. We're just going to focus it. Let's see if I can get it in 5 seconds. I don't know if this star's going to be bright enough. Almost. Get up to 15 seconds. What do I get? Show me the money. I can tell. That's good enough. I can tell. Be right back. To some extent, this could be mirror flop as well. Okay. I can't quite tell if that made it better or worse. I think if anything, it made it worse. Yeah. Yeah, I shook the telescope during that exposure from moving the focuser. I don't know. It's really difficult when you have to keep running back and forth between the telescope and the laptop. That's better. That's getting better. It needs, I think, a little more. Might actually be easier to do this. 202 binning. This way it collects more light, reduces the resolution, but it collects more light. Let's see how that looks. Okay. Oh, I keep forgetting. Stop using the stupid touchpad. Okay, I think. All right. This is a bit pointless, perhaps, because we are going to move on to a different object here. And I may have to focus again against mirror flop, the telescope. But with the Vanotov mask, this is not too bad. Okay. I think that's good. Good enough, anyway. Turn that off. Go back to 5-minute exposures. Go back to 1x1 binning. 1x1 binning. Take off the Vanotov mask. Keep this thing handy. Okay. Show me the money. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to saving images. Subframing off. Auto dark on. Go for it. Okay. And now I will try to see if. Okay, is the dazzle working? Let's find out. Working. There's the crossbar. Composite. Okay. All right. Okay. Just getting the external camera going here. Okay, cool. Okay. Tell you what, I'll go ahead and switch you guys over. You see the first image came in while I was fiddling around with the external camera. See, it looks much better. Notice, if you were paying attention earlier, you might have noticed the stars started to get more and more bloated. because the focus was going out. Probably a combination of thermal contraction or thermal thermal changes to the size of the tube, and possibly mirror flop to some extent as well. That looks much sharper. Okay. But I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a view of the outside, if I can. Okay, I should be able to, but before I do that, and really muck things up. Off AM cap. Man, giant mosquito on my screen. And one buzz. I'm going to have to put on mosquito spray. It's getting nuts. Okay, I got to focus it, but we'll be able to see the outside of the star party now. Okay. So that's the top of my telescope with the white refractor riding piggyback. See the tree lines and some clouds near the horizon. I just moved the camera dramatically. There we go. These. Just a few stars. Not the best view. It's just a standard security camera lens, basically. Let's put it back on the party so we can see what's going on. There's my telescope. Pretty cool. The dots on the telescope are obviously hot pixels. But see what it looks like as it's slowing. So it's taking the second picture right now. Let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and move the scope, taking the dumbbell nebula picture. Let's see. What to look at, though? Let's see, what is there to look at? Unfortunately, we do have clouds that seem to be coming in from the east. GC 7814. It's kind of on the small side of things, but might be worth a look-see. What do you guys think? How's a spiral galaxy sound? An edge on spiral galaxy. So small. There's got to be a better target. Let's see. Also tiny. Something a little larger. So 331, I've done that one to death. GC 891. Now there's an option. There's one I haven't done in a while, and it's a nice galaxy, and I've never been fully satisfied with any of the pictures I've taken of it. Yeah, let's do NGC 891 if we can. Let's see, altitude. It's rising up in the east. We could target, but we've got clouds in the east. Well, we'll just deal with it. Yeah, I mean, I've already got more out of tonight than I thought I was going to get from the forecast. So I've got, okay, let's go for it. NGC 891. You can see my red flashlight dancing all around the scope. It's kind of cool. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Let's see what the story is. Notepad. Obviously, this is the edge on Spiral Galaxy right here. I can never remember which way is which. It's this way. Yeah. Get the galaxy centered up here.
Series complete.
Perfect. One more thing we can do. Notice the temperature. The camera can go actually colder than this. Minus. What are you doing? No, minus 10 is what I wanted to type. 10. Let's see how much power that takes. In the meantime, let's take one autodialer image. Perfect. Okay, first let's recalibrate the auto guider. I like to do that because, well, technically you should be able to change the auto guider with this declination right here, but I just recalibrate it because why not? Okay, let's calibrate. Yeah, it's able to hold. It's able to drop to -10, no problem. Oh, wait. Take image. Gotta remember to take out the drive backlash first before we calibrate. Now we can calibrate. Go for it. All right. It appears someone is being impolite in the chat. So I am making WTF Sky moderator. Use your best judgment and fear her. All right. Oh, Undescribed error. Oh no. Out of curiosity, did it actually? It actually did work. It's just that it didn't move in the y-axis properly. 90. Oops. 93. There we go. Okay. Actually, before we auto guide, we should check the focusing. Let's check the focus. It's not bad. But I'm going to check it with the Vanitov just in case, because I can. Can you guys tell I'm having fun with my new Vanitov mask toy? All right. Let's see. Let's do 10 seconds. 2x2 bending. Not enough. 20 seconds. I mean, it could be perfectly fine for all I know. It's hard to say. Let's do 1 minute. Go for it. They want the screen bigger. What's wrong with the screen? I assume you guys mean this screen? Well, I can make this screen bigger. Sure. You can digitally zoom in, but no enhance. But this is just, we're just focusing right now. I'm using just a portion of the whole CCD, which is why it's so tiny. Ah, that's better. See? Now you can see the diffraction spikes, and as you can see, it looks pretty symmetrical, so we're in focus. Now I feel better. And we can start auto-saving, turn off subframe, go to 1x1 bending, and everyone's happy. Now take off the beta. mosquitoes getting all in here. Okay. Let's start up the autoguider again. That should be good. It's close to the edge, but not quite off. Okay, saving images, yes. If you forget to check this, it'll just keep taking images but not save them, and you'll waste all your time. So triple check that just to be sure. Okay, let the autoguider settle down for a second. And then good enough, go. Now it's going to take a series of 5-minute exposures of the Galaxy NGC 891, which is an edge-on galaxy. Let me see if I can find you guys some details on this one. So it is 32 million light years away. It's a spiral edge-on galaxy in the constellation Andromeda. Its apparent size is 11.7 arc-minutes by 1.6 arc-minutes. 60 arc-minutes is a degree of the sky. So, and the moon and sun have an apparent size of about half a degree in the sky, roughly. So figure about 30 arc-minutes. So this galaxy's length along the edge of it is about 1/3 the size of the moon in the sky. And while this picture is taking, I'm going to go put on some bug spray just to be sure. So, be right back. right, 45 seconds to NGC 91. Hey, 0 to 30, what did I say, 31 or 32 million light years? 32 million light years. 0 to 32 million light years in 5 minutes. That's not bad. At least according to Sky Safari Pro. Highly recommend that program for any mobile users who want a really, really good astronomy program with in-depth deep sky databases. Sky Safari Pro. For serious amateur astronomers like me, it's worth every penny. Alright, it's now going to take a dark frame. Looking good. Looking good. Just scoot this guy up here. Now it's taking a dark frame with the shutter closed. That'll get rid of these colorful hot pixels. And because I'm paranoid, I'm sure I checked it, but I just want to make sure. Yes, it is autosaving. I should also add that I will be stacking these pictures, and I will put the stacked versions in the video description sometime after I'm done processing them. I don't have the software for processing them on this computer. This computer's whole purpose in life is just to collect the images. But tomorrow, after I get some sleep, after tonight, I'll download the raw data from this computer and process them and post the stacked pictures in the video description of this Hangout. So look forward to that, because if you think these pictures are beautiful, the stacked processed pictures will be even better. Oh, good. The picture looks beautiful. Gorgeous. I do have Starry Night Pro or something. Starry Night something. I guess it's Pro. This PC. I have that on my desktop at home. For out in the field, I actually use Sky Safari Pro on my phone. It's just so handy. It's basically replaced my need for desktop planetarium software. At least when I'm out in the field, it's just really nice because I can have it on my phone, have it with me at the telescope when I'm moving things, slewing to objects. Sometimes I'll use software on the laptop if I'm controlling the scope, but to tonight I'm not doing that. I'm just using the hand controller on the scope itself. Oh, one thing. It doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter. Usually I'd like to save the temperature the camera's at in the file name, but I've got it set wrong. It says -5. It's actually -10 degrees Celsius. All right, well, it's looking good. I'm going to let it collect some images of this galaxy for a little while. I wonder if I can move these bars up here. Can I do that? I want to get rid of this ugly bar here. I just want to... No? Not going to let me move? Okay, there you go. There, move this up here. There we go. Make a little more space for the actual view. Beautiful. Good stuff. Oh, Andromeda is pretty well positioned, but I don't have a terribly good scope for going after Andromeda because it's so big. I could only get a piece of it in this view. It wouldn't even fit. So I'd have to go to the wide field refractor, which is not as good optically as this scope is. I need a better wide field optic at some point. I'll have to get a proper triplet APO. I mean, I can get it, but it's just, it irks me because it's optically inferior, the wide field scope. So this scope, the main scope here, this is with the main 8-inch LX200 Schmidt Cassegrain. It's much better suited for getting smaller galaxies like this one. This one's only a tiny fraction the size of Andromeda in terms of apparent size, but still makes for a beautiful view. How's it going in here? Looking pretty good. Out of the telescope with my SLR camera a minute ago. I'll have to put that one in the video description too after I downloaded it. Let's see. Orion rising on the horizon just above the scope. It's beautiful. There's some clouds, but nothing too severe. And if anything, it actually makes the picture even more interesting. Apparently, a Carol G left a comment on one of my videos giving me money because I lie. It's very interesting for two reasons. Not lying, and two, money. You will not find a PayPal donation button on this channel. Notice that I do not monetize my videos. Anyway, I just thought that was amusing. Apparently they assume that I'm taking someone's money. No, I do all this just because I enjoy doing it. Hence the word amateur astronomer. The term amateur coming from meaning from the love of doing it for the love of the thing. Oh dear. I don't have a spreadsheet yet. Oh, for those who came in late, the galaxy is NGC 891. It's an edge-on spiral galaxy located 32 million light years away. It is 9.89, so well under the limiting magnitude of human vision. And lengthwise, it's about 11.7 arc minutes long, which is about 1/3 the diameter of the moon in the sky. Okay. Got a little bit of a problem. Only takes coordinates at the equinox of date. That you you can look up for objects online are going to be J2000. I have a spreadsheet that converts it, that I created to convert from J2000 to current equinox of date. You just put in the date, you put in the coordinates, it spits out, processes the coordinates and spits out the coordinates of the equinox of date. Then I plug that into the telescope. The only problem is I don't have a spreadsheet program on here right now. And I don't really want to use up all my bandwidth to download one. So, I'm in a bit of a pickle. Approximate a solution though using Sky Safari Pro. I'm gonna do. The next object I want to go after is not in most cases. I don't even think it's in Sky Safari. But let me see if I can start to figure out how I'm going to do this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is going to be tricky. But I think I can make it work. I could fire up my other laptop. I have another laptop here which does have the spreadsheet on it, but I do not have another box in which to put said laptop to prevent its screen light from flooding the entire field. Even if I do it inside the tent, it'll light up the entire tent like a Christmas tree ornament. It's amazing how much light when it's really dark out. Lights that you wouldn't think would be noticeable are really noticeable. So, session, use current epoch. That makes a big difference. Okay. Okay, there is the star of interest. There it is. Okay, so now I just have to convert from fractional hours and degrees to degrees, minutes, seconds. Let me copy this down in a notepad here real quick. 2.760 hours. Tomorrow, what I'm I'm going to do is I'm going to take this laptop into town, find a restaurant with Wi-Fi, and download OpenOffice so I can actually use spreadsheets properly. Okay, that was declination. Ascension. 5.722 hours. Oh, and by the way, I will be here tomorrow night as well. So if the weather's good, I'll do another webcast live from the Chiefland Fall Star Party. Just joining. This is currently on NGC 891. It's a edge-on spiral galaxy, 32 million light years away, in the constellation Andromeda. Okay, so let's see. Let me break out the calculator now. Calculator. Come on, calculator. Could just use my phone, probably faster than this PC, which is currently preoccupied doing the webcast and collecting the images from the camera. Can do. Okay. Come on. 722 2 times 60 5 3 43 60 6 9 22 and then 22.617 6 2 times 60 22 7 2 8 5 6 3. Now I have coordinates of the next object I'm going to. Is it crowded out here? Well, I wouldn't say it's crowded, but there are a lot of people here. I mean, the field with cars and tents and telescopes. So I will be taking pictures and shooting some video, which I'll put into a sort of a follow-up video to all of this after I get home. And yeah, good time. Out here, and let me tell you guys honestly, my telescope rig here is probably one of the cheapest that's out here right now. And my rig is by no means cheap, but some of these scopes are incredible. Big scopes, expensive scopes, all kinds of equipment. We got visual observers, photographers like like myself. So I'll be trying to take pictures of various telescopes and other people's setups so you guys can see what it looks like out here. It's a great opportunity if you ever get to go to a major national star party. because you can really see what serious amateur astronomers are like and what their equipment's like and what they do. It's just into the hobby yourself. Everyone has their own, sort of specialization and particular interests and rig, and it's really nice to get out here and see what everyone's doing, see the various approaches that are taken to the hobby. So, oh yeah, there's scopes much bigger than 16 inches out here. We've got giant truss tube telescopes that are probably well in excess of 20 inches in some cases. And this entire area, this is Chiefland Astronomy Village. It's basically a whole neighborhood of amateur astronomers who were kind enough to let us come out here, us being the Star Party people, come out here and basically camp on their front lawns almost. So there's an observing field out here that was set up when this place was founded, and we'll come out here and do this because the whole neighborhood is dedicated to amateur astronomy. So you'll see giant dome observatories in people's yards. It's really kind of unique. Yeah, there's I meet with others and have discussions and stuff. There's talks during the days. I think tomorrow is actually going to be the last of the on Sunday. Is there anything on Sunday? I don't think there's anything on Sunday. I think we pack up and leave on Sunday. I'm packing up and leaving on Sunday. Put it that way. But tomorrow there's a. It's more of a last day sorts of event. So there's like a door prizes, raffles, and they announce the winner of the photography contest. Everyone can enter their astrophotography in the contest. I got here too late to the party this year. It's a week-long event actually, but I can only come for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I'm actually leaving on Sunday. So here earlier in the week, you can take pictures. The rules, pretty simple. Um, come to the Star Party, take the best pictures you can, submit them to the contest, and during the week there's talks on all kinds of astronomical subjects. There was a talk on the Hubble Space Telescope. I think there was even somebody from NASA here one of the days giving a talk. But mostly it's talks held by themselves, discussions on how to take the best photographs. I think they had that discussion earlier today, but I got here too late for that. So, I mean, there's just all kinds of stuff. And yeah, people tend to congregate around meal times and just shoot the breeze. It's great. Yeah, I've got a pretty good still pic of from just above my tent, and you can see the Milky Way and everything. It's just it's nice and dark, middle of nowhere. The closest major city is Gainesville, and you can see some degree of light from that direction, but it's not intrusive too much. So I'm going to let it take a dozen pictures of this galaxy here at least. That'll give us 1 hour of light with which to stack an image. I kind of wish I could do a quick stack on it right now, but I don't have the software on here to even do that, let alone the processing power with this little PC. I could pull the images off and take them to the other laptop, but again, I still have the same issue of not having anywhere safe to fire up that laptop without flooding light everywhere. And yes, everyone here is very serious about light control. You do not want to get yelled at for light anywhere. Cloud is on its way to the Milky Way, says Tony Matthews. I don't know what that's referring to exactly. Is that like another cloud headed towards the black hole at the center of our galaxy, or is it just somewhere external to the Milky Way? I don't know. I'd have to see the story. Yeah, I'd have to go look, but I'll have to do that later. Well, it's interesting. Though I suspect, without even looking at the story, a cloud headed towards the Milky Way will probably take longer to get here than I'm going to be around, or any of us really. This galactic collisions on galactic scales take millions of years to transpire. Can't you add the red background? Oh, yeah. There are some programs that allow you to turn on night vision and they turn everything red. But yes, even then it's still way too bright. And actually, unless you add an external filter to the screen, um, it's still really showing not red, not just red light. There's other colors mixed in there that it's spewing out, and it's just a nightmare. Not to mention the little lights on the laptop itself, the LED for the hard drive, the LED for the power and everything. You have to filter all of it. And I don't really want to filter the whole screen red. I mean, I want to be able to see these beautiful, colorful pictures as they come in. So the solution is to just put the laptop like this. I've got it in a little plastic tub here, and towel thrown over myself so that the light is contained to within this box, and I just duck under the towel to look at the screen. Works pretty well. That way I get to enjoy the beautiful colorful pictures coming up from the telescope and inspect them, and no one else gets shined with the light. Everyone wins. I think I am going to duck out for a few minutes here, but keep enjoying the view, guys. I'm loving the questions. And here in just a few minutes, after we wrap up this series of pictures on NGC 891, we'll move on to another object that I've been meaning to get more light on with this telescope. I've already done a couple webcasts on it. 539-2. T-Tauri star and Reflection Nebula. But I want to get more light with it with my telescope here and see what it looks like from Chiefland. Yeah, Todd, I am going to be filming the other telescopes around me and doing videos or recording videos of that, and I'll put it all together in a nice little montage, maybe even a slideshow of pictures too. And I'll put that into a video I'll make when I get home after the trip. So. I'm back. Alright, so we just wrapped up 1 hour of exposures on NGC 891. I went around and asked what appears to be one of the biggest scopes out on the field. That's not counting, of course, scopes that are in people's personal observatories around here, but in terms of guests here coming to the star party, biggest I can see from the field, and 28-inch diameter truss tube Newtonian Altaz mount with go-to and everything. I mean, beautiful, beautiful scope. I'll show you guys a picture of that later. I took a selfie with it earlier. I couldn't help myself. Perspective. That 28-inch scope is larger than the main telescope when I was in college. When I was an undergrad, we had an observatory, and our scope was a few inches smaller than that beast. Way he's transported here. I mean, that thing is considered portable in the sense that he got it here. But that's the beauty of those truss tube telescopes. They really tear apart. You take the whole thing apart, load it up in a trailer, and haul it around the country or whatever. But yeah, 28-inch. And here we're observing with my dinky little 8-inch Schmidt Cassegrain. But hey, good times, all right? Good times. So we got 3 minutes left on this exposure. I think I'll wrap up 891 after this exposure. GN 539 too, but let me double check before I do that. I say that, but let me double check. What is its altitude? 28.89 degrees. Wait a little bit to go to that one because it's less than 30 degrees above the horizon still. It's still coming up, and there's some clouds down there in the east. I don't want to end up in the clouds, so wait just a little bit. Let's save this text file. It's got the coordinates. Later. But we'll still see. Let me see if there's anything else we can like maybe quickly shoot over to and just do a real quick look at. Actually, I should ask the chat if you guys have any particular coordinates or particular objects you want me to look at. I know somebody said Andromeda Galaxy earlier. I mean, we can quickly go over there and I can just show you how much bigger the Andromeda Galaxy is than the field of view of this telescope. Really, really big. People don't realize how big the Andromeda Galaxy is in the sky. It's significantly larger than the sun or the moon, but our naked eyes can't perceive most of it. In terms of apparent size, Andromeda Galaxy measures 189 by 61 arc minutes. That's 3 degrees by 1 degree. Okay, the moon and the sun each occupy only half a degree in diameter. And Andromeda Galaxy is 3 degrees wide. So it's big. It's really, really big. It will not fit in my telescope. So Supply asks or says that they think Orlando has a 24 by the hospital, but 28-inch sheets. Orlando Science Center. I don't know if Orlando Science Center got a new telescope or not. They ought to, because the one they had back when I lived in Orlando was garbage. They had a 10-inch refractor that was an achromat. Ugh. It had the worst chromatic aberration. I'm trying to do any kind of imaging or anything. It's just ugh. But the Robinson Observatory at UCF in Orlando had I think it was a 24-inch Schmidt Cassegrain back in the day. That was way back in the day when I was an undergrad over 10 years ago. And UCF and did some volunteering in the observatory, got to use that scope. And yeah, there's a scope here that's bigger than that one. It's just, it boggles the mind. Anyway, okay, so that picture's done. So we'll go ahead and stop the picture taking madness here for the moment. Shoot on over. So I don't see any other suggestions in the room, but I'll just show you guys the center part of Andromeda. slew over there, and we'll take a quick look at it and then move on. Okay. So, let's turn off autosave. First of all, let's fix this information. And this is going to be M31. We're not going to do 300 seconds. We'll do 60 seconds. Sure, we'll save it. I'm going to do 2x2 binning. You know what? Hang on. Stop the presses. I'm not going to save it, first of all. Not like I'm going to do anything with this picture. This is just going to be a quick picture just to show you. Looks like one of these ended up in the auto guider. Okay. We'll just do a quick thingy there. Okay. We'll just do 1 minute. That's all we need, really. So Andromeda Galaxy is a spiral galaxy that is closest galaxy to our galaxy, closest galaxy to our galaxy that isn't orbiting our galaxy. That are, of course, orbiting the Milky Way, like the large and small Magellanic Clouds. But in terms of separate galaxies, Andromeda is the closest, and it is coming at us. And it is thought that one day, many millions of years from now, the two will collide. There we go. There's the core of the Andromeda Galaxy. And you can kind of see some of the dust lanes in here too. You can see my mouse. I hope you can, but I don't think it's showing you my mouse. But it'd be nice if it did, but I'm sure you can see it. Like, I can zoom in on it, I guess. And you can tell here, this in the center, there's a dust lane there. This is just a tiny portion of the Andromeda Galaxy. So, got rid of the hot pixels. Stop it. Okay. The JPEG, just so that we have it as an image. Da, da, da. We're gonna save this as M31. There. Okay. So there. Just a quick and dirty image there of Andromeda. NGC 6826. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I should warn you guys, I'm going to be up all night. Now, I think I can only webcast for 8 hours before Google will cut me off. And I don't know at what point I'll run out of cell phone bandwidth before then. I have unlimited internet, but limited 4G. At some point they'll throttle me back to 3G, which point at 3G speeds I probably won't be able to stream. I'll keep going till they cut me off. Let's see. So NGC 6826. Where are you? Blinking planetary nebula. Ooh, it's a tiny little one. And it's only 26 degrees above horizon in the northwest. Yeah, sorry, that's not really. I mean, I could, but it wouldn't be impressive anyway. And unfortunately, it's already too low in the northwest. If I got on that earlier in the evening, we could do that. Maybe tomorrow night. We can do that. We can plan for that tomorrow night. It won't look all that impressive, but we can do it. Then again, the next object I'm planning to image is not going to look all that impressive either. So to be fair, but yeah, I see where that is. That's near. That's in the constellation Cygnus, or near it anyway. Yeah, it's in Cygnus. Yeah, I just have to get on that earlier in the evening. Sorry, I didn't catch that suggestion earlier for reposting that, Ari. So let's go back to horizon coordinates for a second. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Planet Uranus is near the meridian right now, but I'd have to completely switch cameras to see any detail in that planet. Would not be worth the effort, really. Or all night. Besides, that's what Chiefland's for. Nice dark skies for capturing really dim objects. A bunch of elliptical galaxies there. But ellipticals don't impress me. Just aesthetically, they're not amazing. I like spirals. I want spirals. Show me the spirals. Come on. Ellipticals, a bunch of ellipticals in Perseus. There's a spiral. NGC 651, somebody asks. Let's see. Little dumbbell. Yeah, see, that's only 2.7 by 1.8 arc minutes. That's really tiny. It's going to look pretty small in my view. We can do it. Let's see, altitude azimuth. 67 degrees in the north. Oh, but what's the deck? Yeah, it's doable. Okay. It's Messier 76. Okay, be right back. Okay. M76 it is, which is also the same thing as NGC 651. All right, let's do. We won't save this one. Again, it's going to be tiny, so don't expect to see all that much. I've got the focal reducer on there, which a whole lot to see. Okay, auto guider, show me the money. Okay, if we crank it up to 2 seconds, what do we see? Doable. Okay, which one's best? We'll do that one. Auto guide, go for it. Okay. As for you, we'll take an image, one by one bending. We'll do 5 minutes. Yeah, you know what? We'll save the image. We'll do 5 minutes. Start sequence at 1. And you running good? Sort of. Okay, good. Go for it. Yeah, Ring Nebula's getting a little low, and other than the only nebula that would really be big enough to be impressive in the view right now would be the Helix Nebula. Which, where is the Helix actually? I don't know. And Dumbbell, which we did earlier. 793. I bet my luck's not that good. I bet it's not up. I can't remember what constellation it's in. NGC 7293. It's up, but it's in the west. Shoot. You know what? We'll put that on the list for tomorrow night. That would be worth getting. That would definitely be worth getting. But it's one of those objects that really needs a long time on it to get good looking images. Okay. Ring Nebula. I mean, I could get. I've done it before. I've done it with this scope with the focal reducer. If I took the focal reducer off, it might be better for the ring. But I don't feel like taking entire, because to take the focal reducer off, I've got to power down the camera, take the whole camera off, take the focal reducer off, put the camera back on, power the camera back up. You know, it's a whole. Once I get the optical train running good for the night, I just like to leave it and just keep running it. So we got a minute 40 seconds on. What is this one? What am I even on? I forgot. I must be getting tired. It is after midnight. M76. I brought a blanket to lay out on, but I had to throw it over my dashboard. My car, I can't get the dash lights up every time I open up the door of the car, and it's white light. So I threw my extra blanket over top of the dash so it wouldn't shine. That means I don't have a blanket to lay out on. I'll have to get one at the store tomorrow. Oh, it's too bad that one's tiny. It's got an awesome name, Flying Ghost Galaxy. I don't even care what it looks like. The name's just awesome. Actually, there is a galaxy that I promised my mother that I would photograph at some point. I don't know. Oh, gosh, I can't. It's got a nice color. I like it. I like it a lot. So this is M76, Little Dumbbell, I think is the name of it. NGC 4676. My mom wants. I don't know if I'll go after it tonight. I don't even know if it's up right now. I don't think it is, but I'm going to tell. NGC 4676. Yeah, it's not up right now. What time does it rise? 4:24 a.m. Okay, yeah, that's no good. It's not in season yet. That's what that says. Okay. Yeah, what I need is I need a wide field lens for my little camera that I used for the exterior view earlier. With a wide field lens, I could really get a large chunk of the sky, and we could see it. It's not a high resolution camera. It's kind of a limitation of it, but it would still be nice to be able to put that on. Maybe next time, next year, we'll do that. Got a membership to this place now, so I can come back not just for the fall star party, for the monthly star parties too. So maybe at some point we can do that. Tracking really good. Yeah, we'll sit on the little dumbbell for a little bit. Collect some nice images of it. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. No. All right, I'm going to duck out for a little bit.
You like that here? Well, thank you. You seem to be doing well so far.
For anyone wondering what we're looking at, M76, the little dumbbell. I'm not sure what the heck happened there with the tracking. What's your signal to noise ratio? I don't know, probably something terrible. I think it's having trouble with the auto guiding. Okay, and stop exposing. Auto guide. Let's try 3-second auto guide images. The stars are all like triplicated. Yeah, the guide star is not quite seconds. I think that was the issue. Much better. Now the stars are nice and well tracked. All right. Okay. Yeah. I see it started chasing its tail a little bit there. Let's see what's going on. Okay, first of all, put on the Danatov and check focus. Okay, well, first of all, problem is that even with the dew heaters running, we have dew formation. Which I'm sure is not helping things. Second of all, cold temperatures may be causing the focus to shift again. All these things contribute to dimming the... Yeah, the focus is slightly out. And that dims the guide star, causes you to lose the guide star. Yeah, no blow dryers. Blow a fuse box and everybody will lose power. Okay, focus scope. They increased the power percentage on the two heaters. They were at 50% power, now they're at 70. Fortunately, I do have to be somewhat careful. If I crank it up too much, it'll overheat the power converter I'm using from AC to DC. That looks good. Okay. All right. Now, let's move on to the next target. In 05392. Okay, coordinates 543, 22, 22, 37. No guide stars? Really? Well, bummer. Okay. Okay. Mission successful. The scope is the 8-inch Meade LX200 Classic. The camera is an SBIG ST2000 XCM. Looks good. Software is CCD Soft. I think Kamari probably checked out earlier. Late. Like she said good night earlier. So Kaiser Cube. I'll post the camera specs in a second. I need a moderator. And I trust you. You just earned a moderator powers. Alright, let's see. And he, XCM actually uses the exact same CCD type as rover's panorama camera. Here's the spec page. Sweet. And this particular camera it's been autographed by astronauts Story Musgrave, Covey. Story Musgrave, a lot of people know him. He was among many other missions, he was the lead spacewalker on the first Hubble Space Telescope repair mission. And Dick Covey mission. So it's been autographed by the lead spacewalker and the commander of the first Hubble Space Telescope repair mission. The URL should be fine. Let me try. You just have to Google it. I don't know. The price tag originally was just under $3,000. That was the original retail price, so I got it for you'll come up with the SBIG website. Our site. Yeah, pretty much, just under 3,000. Yeah, but I got all of it for a lot less than retail price. I don't know if you go to the. For me, I don't know. If you go to the same page that I tried to paste, it should work because it worked for me just a moment ago. I don't know. Anyway, I'm impatient. How long we got in this image left? Okay, 5 seconds. Cool. Let's see. Downloading it. I want to see a picture. Show me a picture. That won't have auto dark initially. Right. But what we're looking for is the infamous winged star of Google Sky. It should be right about here, I think. If memory serves. It's actually a T-Tauri star and reflection nebula. Zoom in, zoom in. No, I'm trying to get GN 05.39.2. It's small and associated T-Tauri star. It's yeah, I think the reflection, it is definitely associated physically with the star. I think it's from jets from the young T-Tauri star as the star is collapsing and forming. Let me see here. I'm just going to try to verify I'm pointing at the right star. Zoom out, zoom out. Yes. There's these three stars here, and they point right to it. View here is upside down, or it's rotated 180 degrees. If you just rotate this whole image 180 degrees, you'd have it at true orientation on the equatorial grid. It's this guy right here. Oh. Yeah. Unfortunately, CCD Soft is a bit old, antiquated software, and it wasn't really designed for single-shot color pictures, so it can't adjust the histogram of a single-shot color picture, which is silly. Silly. That's better. Yeah, really hard to see anything there. If I stack a bunch of images, it'll come out, but meh. At this point, there's more interesting to look at, like the Cone Nebula. Let's go for the Cone Nebula. That'll be a fun one. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna have to put in the coordinates manually because reasons. So I need my notepad here. And 6.70276 9.369772. So I have to do a little bit of math here for the epoch of date. The calculator. 6 hours, 42 minutes. Come on, calculator. 9.4 seconds. Okay. 369 degrees declination. 9.6 is 9 degrees, 22 minutes. Eleven 11 seconds. Okay. So these are the coordinates of finished an exposure on this thing, which is boring me. So we will stop doing this thing because it's boring and prettier, like the Cone Nebula. And we will not auto save just yet. Oh, come on. Zoom out. Okay. 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 Be right back. 6:42:10, 9:22:11. Okay. Sleep to the target. Now, let's see. Verify that the target is in the view. I've slewed to the dark cone, the dark part of the Cone Nebula, which actually is where it gets its name, I think, because it looks totally like a cone. All right. Which it's hard to tell, but it's actually right about here. Show. Oh, that's right. I don't think you guys can see my cursor. Oh well, too bad. So sad. I'm gonna center it up a little bit. Cool. Okay, stop this for a second. Let's just do short pictures. Okay, that's pretty well centered where it needs to be, I think. Now let's take an autoguider picture. Beautiful. Okay, let's calibrate. Ow. Okay. Get it back down to where it started. Or thereabouts. Okay, cool. Let's make sure this is copied there. Okay. Now we'll do 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-minute exposures on this because this is a dark nebula. And that means you really have to pick up the interstellar material. You really have to autosave on. Fortunately, we have an excellent guide star. Well, you know what? Before I go crazy doing these long exposures, let me do just a little bit of checking. Focus looks pretty good, but I don't trust it. I'm going to put on the Banatov again. Sorry. I just want to be extra sure. I want this image to be beautiful. Be right back. Okay, let's just try 20 seconds to start. That looks pretty good, but I think I can make it better. I think I can make it a little better. Just tweak the focus a little bit. Let's see if that helped. Wrong way. Just a little more. might have come just a tad too far with it. I'm going to tweak it back the other way. Okay, that should. I mean it this time. That should do it. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. No, no, wait. Okay. Let's see. Okay, first of all, you'll separate. Okay. You start auto guiding. Save images. We're going to do 10-minute exposures on this sucker. With the auto, not with the autocutter. With the actual main imager chip. Yes. Okay. 10 minutes. No subframe. Dark 1x1. Okay. Start exposures. And the fun begins. I've got it at 70% power on the. Make sure I check it occasionally, make sure it doesn't overheat the alternating current to direct current converter, which sometimes happens too high. So I just have to make sure that doesn't happen. If it does, it'll shut off altogether. It's certainly not going to get any worse fogging up at 70% power, but it may not completely remove the dew. That's okay. So I will be back in a few minutes. All right, one more minute on the first picture here of the cone. It's going to be how much of it's actually going to show up in the live images. It may be something we have to pull out of stacking multiple images. Here we go. You can see the red nebulosity there, just barely, but can't really make out the cone itself. Oops, just yet. So, I don't know how well it's coming across in the stream, but let me zoom in. The tip of the cone nebula is right in here. And there's just a faint bit of nebulosity that is indeed visible. But it's there. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to 10-minute exposures. There's more of it visible, or there will be more of it visible once I stack a bunch of 10-minute exposures. But the main thing is we are getting signal, so we just have to collect a lot of light. 10 minutes, there's a lot of things that can go wrong. Focus can go out, autoguiding can go out, anything can go wrong. And so the longer you run the exposures, the more you run the risk of wasting all that time if something starts to go wrong. So I don't want to overextend it. It did take this 10-minute picture pretty darn good. The stars are nice and round. I'm not going to mess with it. It's not broken. I'm going to let it sit. But keep in mind, these stacked and processed images will be posted after I get them off this computer and get them processed. So that'll happen sometime later today after I've had sleep. But I am looking forward to processing these pictures. It's going to be great. There's a lot of interesting nebulosity in this region for the cone nebula. It's not just the cone. Below the bottom of the image, there's a lot more to see too, but I can't fit it all in this field of view. But there's a couple different regions that are pretty interesting to look at. So we might come back here tomorrow morning as well at about the same bat time, same bat channel, and take a look at a different section of the Cone Nebula. Maybe I can even stitch a couple different couple of the photos together or something. Make a mosaic of the Cone Nebula with these exposures. It's gonna be great. So it's currently 49.4 degrees above horizon and rising. So it's well positioned for this time of morning. Yeah, I think the other region is so far separated that even then I couldn't stitch them together. There's just not enough time. If I had more days, more nights here, maybe, but it would take quite a while to pan around this area and have seamless stitched pictures. So, but we'll definitely keep on this part of the Cone Nebula for now, and then if I feel like it, if it seems advantageous, tomorrow morning we can go for a different section of the Cone Nebula, which I think, in terms of the live images, it would probably be better because there's a section of it I think is probably brighter than what we're looking at here for the most part. So we're only able to see the tip of the cone here, but that's because most of the cone is actually a dark nebula silhouetted against the background stars. But there's a section of the nebula that's a lot brighter near 15 Monocerotis, and I think it looks from the stock picture I'm looking at that looks like part of it is reflecting the light from that star, and the rest of it's emission. It's kind of an interesting mix of reflection and emission. Just my guess, just from glancing at a picture of it. Could be different elements in the nebula causing variations in color. I'm occasionally familiar with the various parts of ISS. Let me put it this way: I've debunked pictures before that were posted that claimed to be UFOs seen from ISS that were actually parts of ISS. But sometimes I have to Google around a bit to find the part in question. Okay, finally, 10-minute dark frame coming in. Boom. Cool. Not too bad in the meantime. Right where it should be. I'd say the polar alignment's perfect. See you, Kelly. Probably not Kaiser Cube. Unfortunately, this computer really weak. This computer's whole purpose in life is to stream for you guys and collect images. It doesn't have the stacking software on it because the processor is terrible. Laptop with me, which I will be stacking the pictures tomorrow, but I don't have a box to put it in to protect to shield the field from the light of the laptop. So I can only operate one laptop at a time at night, and so the stacking will have to wait until tomorrow morning. Yep. Oh, night, Shreese. I was confused. I thought Kelly was leaving. Shreese is leaving? I guess Shreese is leaving. Okay. My bad. I'm tired too. What kind of mount am I using? I'm just using, oh, you're going to love this. I'm using a Meade LX200 Classic 8-inch with the standard mount, the original fork mount, with the old Magellan computer system. People who are familiar with deep space astrophotography would say there is no way you can do this quality of deep space astrophotography. 100 on a wedge, especially a standard Meade wedge. Oof, it's not a good wedge. It's a pretty low quality wedge, I will admit, but I have made it work. Nice round stars in a 10-minute exposure. It's a beautiful harmony of equipment strung together. But honestly, I mean, this mount has no business tracking this well. Business doing this much. It's punching above its weight. Its weight class, that's for sure. And that's largely thanks to the S-Big camera with its self-guiding capability. It's just a beautiful thing. Well, it's not as mounted. It's equatorially mounted, but with a wedge, a low-quality Meade standard wedge. Carefully. I mean, you kind of have to tap it this way and tap it that way to get it just right. And yeah, I love Deep Sky Stacker. Yeah, for this kind of stuff. Yeah, Deep Sky Stacker is what I'll stack it in tomorrow. EQ5 is a good mount. very popular mount. No idea how it does for deep space astrophotography, but I know it's very popular. So I'm going to be imaging this for a few hours, I suspect. I want to try to get as much light on this as I can because it is going to be a very dim nebula. But I think it deserves some attention because the image will be so much better than live pictures from what you're seeing here. I have no doubt of that. And the scope's just humming along perfectly here, so I don't want to bother it. I might go have some food though. It's been quite a few hours since I ate. Yeah, APOs are. That's what I need. I need to put an APO on the top of my scope. I've got just the Orion ST80 achromat. Makes for an excellent guiding telescope. And in a pinch, if you're really on a tight budget like me, it can be useful for wide field photography, but of course you're going to have severe star blooming. But hey, sometimes it's fine. But this mount is definitely easily capable of hosting a wide field refractor on top of the telescope and getting good quality pictures. Scope, you really don't need um, too much of a mount. You can get away with pretty cheap mounts, I think. Focal length scopes like this f10 8-inch LX200 with a 2000 millimeter focal length, things become difficult. Yep, I'm gonna go heat up some food. I'll be back later. Alright. I'm back after having a bite to eat. How are we doing here? Pretty good. I think most of the other star partiers have turned in for the night. And I'm coming in on the last couple days, so I think a lot of other people are already partied out. What are you guys talking about? Something about the John Dobson movie? I've seen that. I feel kind of bad. I'm up making noise. Sleep started. Eh, long week of star partying. I'm probably one of the youngest people here, so most of the other participants spend the whole week here either because they're retired or they just have that kind of time. I unfortunately don't. I had some career science to attend to this week, unrelated to astronomy, but very important nevertheless. Puts food on the table. So I couldn't be here for the week. But I was able to get Friday off. And I'm glad I did, because man, the weather has turned out to be much better than I expected. I just hope that doesn't mean I'm going to have bad luck tomorrow night with the weather. Yeah, quiet time's not till 8 a.m. Officially, yes. Unofficially, your neighbors are going to be pretty cranky with you if you 4 a.m. At least on one of the last nights of the party. Tomorrow night, I think, is the last night. It's, everybody's still gung-ho enthusiastic and staying up all night, but at this point in the party, things are starting to get quiet down a bit by 4 a.m. Speaking of 4 a.m., I've been webcasting now for close to 8 hours, and Google's going to cut me off at 8 hours sharp, which will be, I think, sometime shortly after 4 a.m. Yeah, no, I have noticed that. I have noticed that other participants do appreciate seeing a younger face in the group. It's like, oh, good, the hobby's not going to die with us. There is somebody who's younger than us who will carry on the torch for a few more years. But that is a that is something that has always bothered me. Um, Knowing that my generation is not as interested in space as the generations that came before. Uh, it's almost like geology, sort of. You're looking at layers of interest, and you can tell the age cutoff where it started waning in space. And I think a lot of it had to do with the end of the Apollo program, and when that happened, I think at least here in Florida there was a shift in interest in the subject. But I carry on the torch. And the other thing that's changed, I don't know why, but I haven't seen the UCF Astronomy Club coming through here. Years ago, grad student, we used to bring the whole club up here for the annual fall star party like this. the rabble rousers. But I haven't seen them come up here since shortly after I graduated. I know the club still exists, but I don't know how active it really is. I hope it's active. I mean, my friend was the president of the club. He did a really good job leaving it in a good place with me telescopes and got a good deal on new scopes for the club and for the university, mainly for outreach. But some of the scopes were quite nice. They had a 14-inch LX200 GPS, um, and he also got a new main telescope for the observatory, which was a Ritchie creation. Same optical design as the Hubble Space Telescope. It wasn't as big as the one that it was replacing, but it was a lot newer technology and far superior. And so the club in a good place in terms of resources and what they had available. I hope they've run with it. I should probably go back there during one of their monthly reach events and just see how they're doing. But it's a shame they don't seem to bring the club to Chiefland anymore. It used to be an annual thing for us as a club. And I tell you what, it really inspired me to keep coming back. Coming now to Chiefland for at least 16 years. Ah, then I bet. Oh, so yeah, imaging the Hubble Space Telescope. I've done it. It's resolve it. I have been able to resolve it as more than a point source, as an actual extended source, but man, it is tiny. Hoping the software I'm developing will make that whole process a lot easier. Oh yeah, I've seen those videos. They those same people, they don't take too kindly to my videos showing that Hubble's real. You know, tracking Hubble with my own telescope. That must be fake. Did I track it? But by using high magnification while tracking it and resolving its shape, I validated the orientation of the telescope against the target it was supposed to be pointing at. Yeah, it's a challenging target if you want to um, you know, actually resolve it, actually get some imaging done on it. Even with, even if you have software that does all the work for you, which hopefully mine's software will basically do, just point and click. Even with that, you still have to deal with focus. You still have to deal with, um, I've always got can't talk, vibration pads down on the telescope, but that doesn't necessarily prevent all vibrations when you're slewing at high velocity to keep up with the fast moving satellite. Challenges to it. It can be challenging. Yeah, I know. I need to. Yeah, Hubble's life is definitely limited, and processing some raw Hubble data. I had been doing videos on it, but kind of just got out of the routine. It's data of my own from my own telescope, so it's going to keep me occupied processing. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm sorry I missed that comment earlier about SLS. Hopefully, SLS will renew interest, and I think SpaceX has grabbed people's attention too. The whole reusable rocket thing. Although they also have a tendency to go pop sometimes. They just released new information, in fact, about that SpaceX explosion. Um, Basically able to recreate the COPV failure. That's carbon. Let's see if I can get this right. I think it stands for carbon overwrapped pressure vessel or something like that. The tanks that hold the helium and pressurize the stage, and that's what burst. And they think they are starting to understand how that happened, but it's got something to do with the way the helium was loaded. They changed the loading procedures on the rocket. They're constantly trying to refine it, make it a faster process. And something they did, procedures actually caused the explosion. So it's amazing. It just shows you how difficult spaceflight is, how dangerous it is. Even if your vehicle doesn't have any manufacturing defects, the way in which handled, the way in which it's loaded and fueled and all of that, that alone can present dangers. I mean, just never even think about it. Just the fact that just the act of fueling it can cause it to explode. Yeah, no, that's true. NASA, Roscosmos, and all had failures, but you pretty much can't push the envelope unless you have failures. Not be in, but it's an interesting take on it. Yeah, yeah. Atlas V is like the reliable. Um, Though they have had some close shaves. They had a close shave on that uh, one of the Cygnus orbital ATK vehicles that they put up into orbit, the space station. Due to a fuel mixture issue, they did run out of fuel a little bit sooner than they planned, and they almost didn't make it to orbit. They did, and the mission was a complete success, and they kind of downplayed the incident, but really it was a very close call. If it had run out of fuel any faster, it wouldn't have made it to the space station. But in general, the Atlas V, very reliable rocket. But it's really old tech, and it's not really pushing the envelope. It's using D-180s from Russia, and it's using pretty standard techniques and technology that have been developed and went through a lot of in the space race, and now that's well matured. SpaceX is pushing the envelope now with technologies that are not well matured, but they get the payoff of potentially reusable rockets. Ooh, that is a nice picture of ISS. Yep. Yeah. I've been there. Endeavor's last mission, STS-134, it docked to the station, but it's overexposed. I've never been happy with that picture. I did get it technically. I mean, you can see the shape of the shuttle. Um, finally got my act together and got it right on the final mission, STS-135, final space shuttle mission with Atlantis. The track had to track it during the day. We're just past 4 a.m., so Google will probably cut my webcast off at any moment. I forget exactly what time I started, but let's see if I can find out here. What time? I started about 8:25 p.m. Eastern. 20 minutes, 25 minutes, I think. Or mark, at which point they will promptly cut off my webcast. Yeah, that was really tricky, but it was all using software to track it based on the orbit. So there was a trick to it, which was to set up the telescope at night or in the early morning hours before it got light out and align it on the stars, and then just let the telescope sit for hours. Let the sun come up, let the space station come up, the software to start tracking it based on the orbit. So the telescope's already been precisely aligned at night. You just leave it running and then track it during the day. And that worked. It worked quite well. Like I'm doing right now. I had a blanket over my head and to shield myself from the sun glare so I could see the laptop screen and refine the tracking to keep it centered. So there was a trick to it, but it worked. Oh yeah, trying to do it by hand tracking, I've never been able to do that. I know a lot of people are. I don't have the steady hands required to yeah. Yep. Let's see. How's the imaging going? Just fine. The other thing I have to do this morning is I need to take some flat field images using the twilight sky. Calibrate against dust motes on the CCD. Item set? Item set? I haven't updated. Not going to do that right now. I should have done that beforehand, but I haven't updated the orbital elements in my Sky Safari in a while. But it does show me where the satellites are when I have it up to date. Yeah, there's some stuff around. Tidris satellites. But I'm not going to go chasing satellites right now. Just going to try to get the best picture of the cone that I possibly can. Unfortunately, like I kind of alluded to earlier, I seem to be having problems with my USB to serial cable, which I need to be able to track satellites, since I did it all through software. My software depends on the laptop directly to the telescope. So All right. Well, yeah, in about 20 minutes, I think Google's going to cut me off, YouTube's going to cut me off, and not enough. 8 hours is all I get. So, thank you guys for watching. And if the weather's clear tonight or this coming evening, we'll do it all again and go after some different targets. So until then, thanks for watching and clear skies, folks. I'm just going to keep letting this stream until YouTube shuts it down. Um, the rosette is one of those things that works best with a wide field telescope. I know I've done it before, Uh, but I've never been fully happy with anything I've done on it. I did have some Cam footage of it that was pretty good. Got wiped out when my Justin TV account was wiped out. So those things we could revisit tomorrow night. Um, Definitely it's worth going after, even with just the wide field scope that I currently have. It'd be worth a shot. Tell you what, I'm gonna board this picture for the moment. Stop. And just check focus, because it will change gradually over time. So I'm gonna stop saving pictures for a second. Okay, put the Banatov back on. It's pretty good. I think that's called well enough right there. Just wanted to verify and validate that the focus is still as sharp as it could be. Okay. Let's turn off subframe. daily digest email from the Minor Planet mailing list. People are already starting to switch to the new Gaia information. Is a ESA mission currently mapping the entire sky with high precision astrometry. It's basically the replacement and successor to the hugely successful Hipparcos mission, which was the gold standard of astrometry for a long time, being superseded by astrometry from the Gaia mission. So amateur astronomers who and report the positions to Minor Planet Center have begun using Gaia data, which was just released. And anyway, the email just contains some information about how to report observations that were measured against Gaia's astrometry. So cool stuff. Basically, using data from can measure the positions of objects in images that you take of your own telescope by comparing where they are in relation to the known stars in the image. And Gaia is a mission to measure the positions of those stars very, very precisely, which makes extremely precise measurements possible with other telescopes as well. Hope that all makes sense. Yeah, Justin TV shut down, and for me, they will get no tears because they banned me for streaming from my telescope. Back when I started on Justin TV, the first webcast I did was actually a simulation using Orbiter Spaceflight Simulator to simulate the reentry of a satellite that was decaying. So, I told the system that, okay, I'm going on to Justin TV, but the footage I'm uploading is a game for the first webcast. Well, that put me into a category which about they automatically dumped my account into Twitch, even though it was originally Justin TV account, and they migrated me to Twitch. Well, then Twitch didn't like the fact that I was doing all these streaming webcast things from my telescope, and they banned me. So they deleted all my footage that I'd recorded on Justin TV, and I was furious. So no tears when the entire Justin TV website finally shut down. I know Twitch is still going, but up on Justin TV, not Twitch. They were the ones responsible for dumping me onto Twitch, which ended up getting me banned. YouTube has been much better for me. Even Ustream, I tried Ustream for a while, and they banned me too because they thought I was stealing copyrighted material. Proof of that, they just assumed it because they're like, well, he's streaming from space and stuff. That's like fancy. He can't possibly know how to do that. Anyway. Oops. Losing the guide star. Ooh, why did we lose the guide star? Don't lose the guide star. Losing the guide star is bad. Ooh, we got a cloud going over or something? Let's see. I think it might have been a momentary passing cloud, but that is all it takes. And I know they're going to stop my webcast here any minute now. Another picture. Huh. What's going on? Yeah, my eyes had to dark adapt a bit to see it, but there is a cloud overhead. It's the site's so dark that it's difficult to see clouds because there's not much light to reflect off of them. It's just like a band. It'll pass. But let me see if I can amp up the exposure. Yeah. See, that's the problem. I didn't even complete a single 10-minute image in the new run because star. If anything like that happens, even if it's momentary, you lose all 10 minutes. Nope. See, not bright enough. Signal to noise ratio wasn't good enough, and so telescope lost sight of the guide star. Let's try that again. Oh, it's really weak. That's really weak. It's there, but it's weak. But I know it's a bright guide star. If the cloud would just go away, I'd be good. So, anyway, I'll probably be cut off in 60 seconds or less. But thank you guys again for watching, and clear skies, folks. Oh no! Cloud. Banding clouds are just gonna play with me, I guess.